journey begin. Who win this year's championship? Come feel the heat of this dream. Witness the strength and confidence of those who face these challenges, cause in the end we all win. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League. Everybody sing. The ball has hit the bat, whoa, whoa. Fielders are running to catch it. Is a six, or will it be a four? We scream, we roar, oh my god, the tension soar. The pressure, the skill on display is amazing, what can I say? Let the claps run in millions, as if cricket is our religion. Let's go. If you wanna be the best, play with courage and confidence. Level up your game to be prominent. Don't forget it's your time to shine. Play tough but remember to be kind. Let's see who tops at the finish line. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League. Insurance Premier League.
Game number 3, this is the Challengers series for the Insurance Cricket Premier League Season 12 between Lockton and Emirates Insurance. We have Saad from Lockton who will be flipping the coin. Prasad will be doing the calling. Our match officials are present. Saad, please.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
Tails won the toss.
Tails. Saad, you won the toss. What do you want to do?
Bat first.
The wicket's been used a couple of times. It's slightly on the slower side. You think that's a better option going in this game?
Yeah, I think it's a better option because like anything around 150 is good to defend.
And the weather is quite nice. Your boys are charged up for this game.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And good to see you there in action. And 150 is what you're looking at. We'll see how the boys fare. Thank you very much. Prasad, happy to lose the toss?
Yeah, wanted to do the same. I wanted to field because these are new conditions for us. It's been like a couple of years since we played here, so I think it's a good decision for us. We will be bowling.
And what sort of a score do you want to keep them down to? He said 150 is what he wants to score. What is your take?
We will be happy to chase 150.
And any exciting talent that we should be looking out to? Anybody coming in new that we should be looking out for?
Well, I think I have a couple of batsmen. I think Tahir I'm looking for. He's been due for runs, so I think he should be doing well today.
Anyway, thank you very much. And that's the news from the centre. Lockton captain Saad winning the toss and he elects to take first strike. Action coming up. This is the Insurance Cricket Premier League Season 12. Check. Welcome back. This is the Insurance Cricket Premier League Season 12. The challenger battle between Emirates Insurance Company and Lockton. Lockton captain Saad winning the toss and electing to take first strike. Started off with the wide Imran and then gave a single. Mohammad Tosif was the one who took that single. Sujit on strike, plays this one straight to the man at short covers. Cool conditions out here. The sun is not out. It's windy. The ball's going to swing around a bit. And the batsman will have to negotiate that. So will the bowlers, as this one curling in towards the bowler. A misfield there. The man at short cover did well to stop the ball, but another dot ball. Sorry, that was a single, a risky single. Score moves on to 3 of 3 balls. Again, playing towards the cover region. The man from point and cover is giving the chase. Stops inside the circle, inside the boundary rather. 2 more runs. Score moves on to 5. Imran, left arm over the wicket. Again, playing it towards the man at covers, trying to field with his foot. Ends up giving away 2 more runs. And the score moves on to 7. Seven for no loss with the ball to spare in the first over. Down leg side will be called a wide. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Asking for an LBW, probably it was off the bat. End of the over, 8 for no loss. Tosif batting 5 of 4 and Suchit batting 1 of 2. Check, check. Welcome back. This is the Insurance Cricket Premier League Season 12. The challenger battle between Emirates Insurance Company and Lockton. Lockton captain Saad winning the toss and electing to take first strike. Started off with the wide Imran and then gave a single. Mohammad Tosif was the one who took that single. Sujit on strike, plays this one straight to the man at short covers. Cool conditions out here. The sun is not out. It's windy. The ball's going to swing around a bit. And the batsman will have to negotiate that. So will the bowlers, as this one curling in towards a bowler. A misfield there. The man at short cover did well to stop the ball, but another dot ball. Sorry, that was a single, a risky single. Score moves on to 3 of 3 balls. Again, playing towards the cover region. The man from point and cover is giving the chase. Stops inside the circle, inside the boundary rather. 2 more runs. Score moves on to 5. Imran, left arm over the wicket. Again, playing it towards the man at covers, trying to field with his foot. Ends up giving away 2 more runs. And the score moves on to 7. Seven for no loss with the ball to spare in the first over. Down leg side will be called a wide. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Asking for an LBW, probably it was off the bat. End of the over, 8 for no loss. Tosif batting 5 of 4 and Suchit batting 1 of 2. Fawad to start over number 2. He's got the bowling to Sujit. And I'm over. Cuts this one towards the point boundary for the first boundary of the game. Comes off the blade of Sujit. Got the width that he was looking for. And sends this towards the point boundary. Forward, the Loosener outside off stump. Enough time. Cracks this one towards the point region. No chance for the fielder, except that he has to go to the boundary ropes and get that one back. Score moves on to 12. Forward, bowling to switch it. This time comes in line of the ball, plays it towards short mid wicket. They complete a single. Score moves on to 13. Forward, bowling to Tosif. He tries to play a rash shot but doesn't get any contact. A dot ball. Forward, bowling the fourth ball of the over down the leg side. Is called a wide. Good take by the keeper. Nonetheless, a run added to the total. Score moves on to 14. Forward to Tosif. This time cuts this one towards the point region. There's a fielder there just kept to the boundary line. Keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 15. With 2 balls left in the second over of the game. This is the power play with only 2 fielders allowed. Prasad right away keeping a man at deep point, knowing that Fawad has a tendency to bowl it slightly wide outside the off stump. Suchad plays it over the man at mid-off. The ball going towards the long on boundary. They come back for 2. So moves on to 17. Last ball of the over, through the cover boundary for 4, ends with a boundary. Started off with the boundary, 2 overs gone, 21 for the loss of no wicket. Suchit batting on 12. Have a look at that. Comes on the track. Again, cracks this one through the cover region. The fielder has no chance. The ball races away towards the cover boundary. Over number 3 to begin. Imran to continue. Asking for an LBW. Easy one. The ball was curling in and he was wrapped right in front. Tausif is not happy, but he has to go. The umpire thinks that he's right in front of the sticks, and that was always going to happen with the ball coming in. He played all around it, and he's been adjudged LBW. Tausif LBW for 6 of 7 balls of the bowling of Imran. Newman at the crease. Mohammad plays the dot ball to the first. पूरा नाम क्या है? मोहम्मद साद है क्या? Now the quick single taken, score moves on to 22. For 1. Mohammad Saad, the captain, is at number 3. Got up the mark with that single of the 2 balls he's facing. Suchit this time gets the wicket and sends us over the cover boundary for 4. A powerful striker. The moment it was there in a slot, he helped its way over the cover boundary for 4. And he races to 16 of 7 with 3 boundaries to his credit. Imran Jilani, 1.3 overs, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Fawad Rafiq was the other bowler. He gave away 13 runs of that over that he bowled. Plays it towards mid-on. They complete a single easily. Score moves on to 27 with the ball to spare. Asking for a stumping. It's been called a wide. Copy check कर रहे हैं. आउट है, आउट है. स्क्रीन पे दिखा देंगे कि खाली बोल आउट है. स्क्रीन पे वेट कर रहे हैं वो लोग. It's been given out by the third umpire, the wide down leg side, but a good take by the wicketkeeper, broke the stumps in a jiffy. So the captain Saad has to go for a disappointing one of 2 balls. Saad out for 1, stumped by Sumod Shankar of the bowling of Imran Jilani. So Imran's got 2. He bowled a wide of the last ball and then comes back and takes the wicket down leg side. It's a wide nonetheless, but he'll be happy to take that wicket. The last time these 2 teams met, Lockton beat Emirates Insurance by 10 runs. Lockton managed to score 157 for 4, and in reply, Emirates Insurance had scored 147 for 5. So quite a tough, tight contest between both of them. And Emirates Insurance for sure will want to get the better of Lockton. .28 for 2. Last ball of the third over coming up is a lengthy over, but nonetheless 2 wickets coming off it. End of the over, 28 for the loss of 2 wickets. Imran Jilani 2 overs, 15 runs, 2 wickets. Imran to continue. Give away 13 runs of the last over. His captain will be looking a better show from him this over. As this time, Suchit trying to back away. He follows him. Make sure he starts off with the dot ball. Another dot ball. So 2 dot balls on the row. Suchit is eyeing the vacant offside region. He's already got 3 boundaries. He cracked one through the point. He got one over the cover region and the cover drive. So he has the repertoire to score those runs. So he's eyeing that area. Fawad at the moment is keeping it tight in these 2 balls. He's kept it within the stumps. So not much room for Suchit. He has to manufacture this one as he does. And the fielder doesn't help him. He lets that through and the ball races away towards the boundary for 4. So the pressure exerted in the first 2 balls gets released with that boundary. The man at covers was pretty slow. It was hardly a couple of inches away from him, but he lets that one through and the ball races away towards the boundary. Have a look at that. Comes on the track, a little bit of shuffle, and the man at covers just lets that through. This time will be called a wide. So the pressure on the bowler after that misfield by his teammate results in 1 wide being added to the total. .33 for 2. This time tucks him up for room and he plays it back towards the bowler. Suchit likes to free his arms, so anything outside the off stump he's happy to cut that one. But the moment the ball's jagging in, he's just caught on the crease. This time plays across the line, another dot ball. Good comeback, 2 dot balls on either side of the runs that he had given. 5 runs coming off this over. She started off with a couple of dot balls, a boundary and a wide, and then 2 more dot balls. Suchit itching to take him on. It's a battle that we like at the moment, and this time plays it towards the man at square leg. The complete 2 runs. And 2 more runs added. Score moves on to 35. Last ball of that over. So 35 for 2 at the end of 4. Over number 5 to begin. Captain Prasad brings himself on. Jersey number 7. It's bowling to Nadeem Siddiq. Ospinat flights that one. Plays it down towards long on. There's a man there. Keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 36. Nadeem off the mark with that single. Brings Suchit on to strike, who's batting on 23 or 14. Plays it in the air and into the vacant area for a single. Enticed him to play a fall shot. He does, but falls short of the man at short mid wicket. Moves on to 37, brings Nadeem onto strike. Onto the back foot, plays it towards mid wicket. There's no fielder there, and the ball just being kept inside the field of play for 2 more runs, and the score moves on to 39. Have a look at that. He played it just standing there, the ball in the air, and the man at short mid wicket just eludes him. Another tossed up delivery. Nadeem happy to play it back to the bowler. Prasad again tossing this one up, trying to cut this one. The bounce getting the better of him. A dot ball, 4 runs coming of the 5 balls. We're in the 5th over of power play. Another over of power play after this as he goes onto the back foot, plays it towards short covers. Chance of a run out. Had it hit, could have been curtains for Nadeem. Good cover up by the man at short mid wicket. End of the over. 5 runs coming at 40 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 5. Let's have a look at the replay. Yes, had that hit, it would have been curtain. He is not grounded his bat. It was in the air. So a direct hit would have surely made curtains for him. Over number 6, the last over of power play starts with a single of the first ball Fawad continuing. Suchit plays it in the air over the man at mid-off. Sorry, that was at covers. Another drop catch and another single added to the total. Have a look at the replay. Suchit opens the blade of his. That's why the one, instead of going towards mid-off, went towards the cover region. But nonetheless, the fielder was unable to latch onto that. So another run to the total. Another good ball, keeping it away from the batsman. A dot. Score remains on 42. One more run to the total. And score moves on to 43. Will be called a wide, trying to keep it away from Sujit, but ends up bowling it way outside the tram line, so he'll be wided for that. This time Sujit plays it towards short mid-wicket. The fielder there making sure that he feels the ball well, keeps it down to a dot ball. So last ball of the power play coming up, 44 for 2. Suchit Lal batting 25 or 17 with 4 boundaries to his credit. Nadeem Siddique set 8 so far. This time an edge towards the man at short square. And the batsman quickly complete a single. Power play done, 45 for 2 at the end of 6. Suchit Lal batting 26 and Nadeem batting on 6. over number 7, Prasad, to continue, gave away 5 runs of the first over. This time wanting to cut that one too close to the off stump to attempt such a shot. Prasad making sure that the man at point is quite finer. This time slightly fuller, plays it towards the man at long on. Nabil, the fielder, keeps it down to a single. Nadeem comes down the ground, plays it towards the long on area. There's a fielder there. Nabil keeps it down to a single. So 2 runs coming of the first 3 balls. Brings Suchit on to strike. Cool conditions out here. The sun's not been out for quite most of the day. Suchit playing down the wrong line. Lucky for him that it didn't go on to crash onto the stumps. He was beaten in the flight. Playing it mostly premeditated. He is not playing on the merit of the ball. At the moment, he's still at the center. Is what matters most for Lockton as he plays it down towards long on, and the ball comfortably sailing over the long on boundary towards the presentation area for a maximum. So the 50 coming up. 6.5 overs. He tossed this one up, but enough flight, and Suchit just helping it on its way towards the long on boundary for a maximum. This time down leg side will be called a wide. He tried to go over fine like this time. Didn't get any wood on that. So will be wide. Well done by the keeper, who makes sure he doesn't let that through. This time short upish towards the man at covers. There's no fielder there, so the end of the over, an extra ball results in a boundary to the total 58 for the loss of 2 wickets after 7. Have a look at that. Slightly short. Suchit is too good on that offside, and the moment he sees that, he seizes the opportunity and sends us towards a cover boundary with no protection. 58 for the loss of 2 at the end of 7 overs. He's batting on 37 of 23. Nadeem batting 7 of 10. And Prasad has given away 18 runs of the 2 overs that he's bowled. पीछे एक बच्चा खेल रहा है, उसको बोलो ध्यान देने के लिए, बॉल वो बाजू बहुत आती है, या तो उनको हटवा दो वहां से। बच्चा देख रहा था बॉल ऐसे जा रही है, लग गई तो लग गई। Prashant, second change, jersey number 24, comes to bowl. He's bowling the 8th over of the innings to Nadeem. Nadeem plays it towards the man at mid-off for a single. He moves on to 8, brings Suchit back on strike. Suchit's 5 boundaries and 1/6 to his credit. Uppercut over the man at covers. There's a man there stationed for that. Keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 60. He moves on to 38. Current run rate should take them to 160. Saad said with the conditions that are there, he'll be happy to have 150 on the board. Let's have a look. Nadeem this time trying to play from within the crease, no feet movement. Wanted to go for the drive, then decided to go for the cut. Found himself in no man's land there. And the score remains on 60. The team comes down the wicket, more of a desperate shot, plays it towards the man at short square, and the batsman complete a comfortable single. Take the score on to 61 with 2 balls left in the 8th over, and brings Sujit on to strike. (61 for 2), slightly slower, plays it towards the man at short mid wicket, takes off for a single. Score goes on to 62. This tournament being played at the Al Malik grounds here in Sharjah with the title sponsors Sedgwick, co-sponsors Alia Insurance Brokers, and Ideal Surveyors and Land Adjusters. As a single to end the 8th over, 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Nadeem now in double figures. He is 11 of 14. Suchit 39 of 25. Prashant had just given us 6 runs in the first over. Another bowling change. Osama coming into the attack, replacing Prasad, the skipper. Trying to drive this one, slanting it across the right-hander. Osama. Chance for the man at short third. The edge carrying past him and into the fence he goes. Suchit leading a charm life out there. He moves into the 40s now. 43 of 27. This one trying to kept away from his body. He thick outside edge. The man at short third could just see the ball go past him and touch the third man fence. So 4 more runs to the total. And the score moves on to 68 for 2. This time compensating by bowling it down the leg side. The fielder there boots it and gets it away from the fielder at mid wicket and allows the batsman to come back for 2. Score moves on to 70. This one cuts this one towards the point region, gives it a single. Moves on to 70. Score moves on to 71. And he moves on to 46 of 29 balls. This one plays it with soft hands towards silly mid-off. No run there. .5 overs completed. Last ball of the ninth over coming up rather. 71 for 2. This time trying to cut this one. The umpire thinks that's a legal ball as he had moved. End of the over. 7 runs coming off it. 9 gone, 71 for 2. Called wide. Prashant trying to keep it away from Sujit, ends up bowling a wide. Score moves on to 72. Again, onto the pads, plays it towards the man at short square, completes one. We come back for the second. Prashant bowling to Sujit, plays it towards the deep point area. There's a fielder there, keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 75. Had to fetch that one Nadeem, but doesn't make any contact, so another dot ball. Score remains on 75. Prashant bowling to Nadeem. This time makes contact through the man at short covers, and the ball is parried down towards long off, where they complete a single. Score moves on to 76. Suchit is finally bowled. He tried to play a shot out of nowhere and in the end lost his stumps, missed out on a golden opportunity to get a half century. He's out for 48. Suchit Lal out for 49 of 32, bowled by Prashant. 6 boundaries and 1 maximum strike rate of 153. Walks back to the pavilion just before the drinks break. As we have a look at his dismissal. Have a look at that. Walks up, but he was beaten all ends up. His bat was a no man's land, and the ball goes on to hit the stumps, with the middle stump taking a beating. So the third wicket down. Oh, number 11, first ball, straight to the second ball, straight to the van at gully. Umesh, the man who came in at the fall of Suchit Lal's wicket, is batting 2 of 2. Sai Prasad continues, this time in the air towards the mid-wicket area, falls short of the man at short mid-wicket, they complete one. They got a double for that. Score moves on to 80. Flighted delivery will be called a wide. He'll let that one. Umesh had all the time in the world if he could send it anywhere, but decides to play a risky shot. Ends up giving up a wide. This time plays it in the air towards the man at long off and sails over him for a maximum. Prasad hoping that the batsman miscues, but Lal score moves on to 87, will be called a wide, so one more run. Score moves on to 88. Last ball of the over will be widened again. So one more run added. Score moves on to 90. With one ball left in the 11th over. Nearly chopped onto the stumps. End of the over. Prasad has gone for 30 runs in his 3 overs. First ball of the over of Osama and a boundary to start one. Nadeem, who gets a good piece of wood on that, sends this towards the third man area. Have a look at that. Cuts this one, and the third man and gully being bisected there for 4. $94 for 3. Plays this towards gully. They take off for a single and complete it easily. Red arm over, plays it in the air towards the mid-off region, and the fielder there drops another one. So one more chance going down. Off the back foot, plays it towards the man that covers. They take a single for that. 97 for the loss of 3 wickets. We're in the last 2 balls of the 12th over. Batsman crossover for a quick single. Score moves on to 98. End of over number 12, 98 for the loss of 3 wickets. Another run added to the total. Score moves on to 99. Imran coming to bowl his third over. Just one who's taken 2 wickets by giving away 16 runs so far. 99 for 3 for Lockton. Down the leg side, wide, and the 100 comes up. 100 coming in 12.1 overs. Boundary of the third ball. Score moves on to 104. Oh, look at that replay. Width on offer. No man patrolling the point boundary for 4. This time even wider. This time the under edge carrying it towards the third man boundary. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. The run added. Score moves on to 105. 105 for 3 as he plays it back towards the bowler. Dot ball. One more ball to go in the 13th over. Past the bowler towards the man at mid-off. They complete a single. 106 for 3. Both these players stitching up a partnership. And a dot ball to end the over. 106 for 3 at the end of 13. Lijesh batting 20 and Nadeem batting on 17. Nadeem Siddiqui on strikes, 17 of 26 to his credit. Plays this towards the man at short covers, completes a single, brings Lijesh Kalatil on strike. It's 18 of 27 with no boundaries to his credit. Lijesh on the other end, 20 of 11 with 2 boundaries and a 6. Prashant continuing 2.1 overs, 14 runs and 1 wicket. We called a dot ball within the line. This time plays it towards the man at short mid wicket and they take up for a single. 1 more run added. Score moves on to 108. Nadeem now trying to open up, plays this towards the man at long off, a single being taken. Score moves on to 109, 13.4 overs completed. Run rate of 7.98 should get them to 160. Edge found, goes to the man at short third, but they easily complete the single. So 110 for 3 with 1 ball left in the 14th over. The steady flow of runs between both these batsmen. This time plays it towards the cover region. There's a man at extra cover, keeps it down to a single. End of over number 14, 111 for 3. Lijesh Kalatil batting 22 of 14, 2 boundaries, 1 6. Nadeem Siddiqui 20 of 29 balls. Partnership of 35 between these two in 4.1 overs. Tahir, the new man, right arm leg spinner, comes into the attack. He's bowling to Nadeem Siddiqui plays it in the air towards the mid-wicket region. One bounce towards the fielder. Keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 112. Shot down the leg side is a wide. Trying to bowl a faster one. Ended up bowling it quite short, but lucky for him, the batsman doesn't get an edge, so a wide. Score moves on to 113. So just having a word with him to relax and back himself up. Tossed up delivery, plays it in the air towards the cover boundary. The fielder just managing to keep it inside the field of play. And a no ball being called. That will be a free hit. Last time he bowled a shorter one which was wide, and now he tossed this one up and it's a no ball. So Lijesh has the license to play a big one here. Charged down the wicket, but he played it down towards mid-wicket. The man from cow corner coming across and keeping it down to a single. So that no ball not costing much for Emirates Insurance. This one, much better delivery. You've tossed this one up. Nadeem playing around it. Gives it back to the bowler. No run. 117 for 3. This time plays it towards the third man region, and the ball going away towards the boundary. Ends the 4 balls up in the over. 121 for 3. And Nadeem Siddiqui's first boundary. Toss this one up. He gets back, gets a good piece of it, and the man at Gully trying to stop it with his leg ended up nowhere near him, and the boundary results in that. Down the leg side, ball going towards the fine leg area, and will stop just inside the boundary ropes. And they come back for 3. Leg by signalled. 124 for 3 with one more ball left in the over. Umpire signals it as one shot, so that दोनों रन कंप्लीट है सर 3 रन हुए थे तो पहला तो हाँ तो तीनों रन कंप्लीट बराबर से अंदर बैट घुसाई है last ball of the over. Lijesh on strike, comes down the wicket and asking for a decision. End of the over, 124 for 3. Over number 16 commences. Fawad, the bowler, a single coming off it. Second ball, a dot ball. Will be wide again, so one more run added. Score moves on to 126. Fawad to continue. In the air, over the man, it covers, ball going towards the cover boundary. The fielder gives the chase. Prasad keeps it down to 2. Lijesh moves on to 25. Full toss, misses that one, probably hits the bat first. And one more run added. Score moves on to 129, 15.4 overs completed. Nadeem coming down the track, plays it towards the cover region, completes 1. Moves on to 130 for 3. Lijesh batting 28 of 20. Nadeem now 27 of 35. Both these batsmen trying to get a move on. In the air towards the long off region, and a drop. Another drop by the Emirates Insurance fielders. End of the overs. Have a look at that. Comes down the wicket, inside out, plays it towards the man at long off. He just had to move an inch here and there, but in the end, drops that one and ends the over number 16 at 131 for 3. This partnership already 55 runs between these two. 19 extras in the innings so far, 131 for 3. Plenty of batting in the left in the pavilion, so they can go full throttle now in the last 4 overs of the innings. As Prasad comes in to bowl his 4th over, he's gone for 30 without a wicket so far. We'll start off with a wide. So one more run added, 20 extras in the innings. Slightly slower in the air this time, but enough time for the batsman to take it to point and go for a single. Moves on to 133. Nadeem coming down the track, but the slowness of the ball makes sure he has to wait, plays it towards the cover region for a single. This time again in the air, and this time safely taken by the fielder. Satya, the fielder, making sure he catches this one. So Lijesh is out. He's out for 30. Caught by Satya off the bowling of Prasad. out for 30. नहीं वो तो सूचित है इसने अभी तक उसको आउट नहीं किया है अभी डाला अभी वो आ गया नेक्स्ट बैट्समैन आ गया Khalid, the new man, coming in at number 6. Khalid Kanukarati. He's another wide. He's played 9 games, 81 runs, 11.57. So finally a wicket for the captain Prasad in his last over. Slightly quicker this time, plays it towards the fine leg area. There's nobody there, so the ball will race away towards the boundary. Comes in and makes an impact right away. It was down the leg side. He moved around and wrapped it over the fine leg area for 4 more. 139 for 4 at the end of 16.4. Have a look at that replay. Enough time, picks his spot and just sends this over the fine leg area for 4. Asking for an LBW and a simple decision. Not sure why Khalid had to stay back. He is wrapped right in front of the stumps. And the 5th wicket to fall. Have a look at this replay. This time much flatter and quicker. Right in front of the stumps and an easy decision for the man in the center. Khalid not happy with the decision. So another wicket to fall. 139 for 5. He's out for 4 of 2 balls. Suggesting that this was on the thigh pad, but since he was in front of the stumps, probably the umpires felt it was going to hit the stumps. Nonetheless, it is a wicket. 139 for 5 with 1 more ball left. 2 wickets coming in this over. हर बैट्समैन को लगता है वो आउट नहीं है ऐसे ही सीधी खाई है वो तो इधर लगी है उसकी बॉल बाउंस ही नहीं हो रही है Prasad, last ball of his spell, but we'll have to re-bowl that one. It's another wide. Sham, the new man, coming in at number 7. Be called a wide again. He has to re-bowl that one. So 2 more extra balls since the fall of Khalid's wicket. He's given 2 runs. He'll have to re-bowl that one. Plays it down. Prasad unable to stop that one. The man there at long off. Fawad is the one who does the fielding. Sham off the mark with that single. End of the over. 142 for 5. Prasad gave away 41 runs and took 2 wickets in the 4 overs he's bowled. Nadeem batting 28 of 36. Imran to continue over number 18. Down the ground, playing it towards long on for a single. Score moves on to 143. Brings Nadeem on to strike, who has one boundary to his credit. Trying to reverse sweep this one. The man had shot fine, just making sure he stops the ball with his leg. One more run. A risky shot. Percentages show that's not a pretty good shot if you're not in that zone. Comes down the track, plays it towards the mid-wicket region. Complete a single. Score moves on to 145. 3 runs coming off this over so far. Given away 26 runs and taken 2 wickets. He'll ideally want to get 1 or 2 more in this remaining 3 balls that he has. Trying to play the big one. Plays it towards short mid-wicket. The fielder there. It wasn't a very good throw. And so was the collection. Both of them had fault out here. Have a look at that. It's right up to him. All he needed was to lob it. He just threw it quite in a very awkward position for the fielder. And that allowed Sham to get back in time. Off his foot towards long on for a single. So moves on to 147. 146 rather. One more ball left. Last ball of the 18th over. Sham coming down the track, takes it on the full, sends it towards long off for a single. 147 for 5 at the end of 18. First ball of the over, a missed field, and the batsman will have the opportunity for the second, but Nadeem declining that one. Score moves on to 148. in the air, and the man at point, Prasad, he missed that one, and the ball racing away towards the third man boundary. We'll wait for the umpire. Does he go for a boundary check? 2 more runs added. Keeper suggesting that probably that was a short run. The umpire convinced that the batsman had grounded his bat. So 150 coming up. 150 for 5 in 18.2. This time down the ground, plays it towards long on. They complete one. Thinking of the second as soon as they started that run, but since the ball was fielded and thrown back to the bowler within quick time, they didn't have the chance. Score moves on to 151. In the air towards the mid-wicket region, there's a fielder there. And they complete one more run. Score moves on to 152. Nadeem this time plays it in the air towards the mid-wicket region. A fielder takes the handsome catch. They've dropped a few, but this one should give them some redemption. The fielder from mid-wicket running forward, Tahir, runs across the turf, dives full length and takes a well-judged catch to send Nadeem, who's played an anchor of an innings. He's out for 32 of 40. Caught by Tahir off the bowling of Osama, 33 of 42. Have a look at that replay. Plays it high in the air towards the mid-wicket region. And Emirates Insurance who dropped a few sitters today. This one, Tahir drives full length and gets his hand under that to send Nadeem Siddiqui back to the pavilion. 152 for 6. 18.5 overs. Last ball of the 19th over coming up. A dot ball. So Osama completing his 3 overs. He's gone for 20 with a wicket to his credit. Last over coming up. Prashant starting the last over right over the bowler's head. The ball going towards the long off region. Fawad, the fielder there. Chance of a run out. Wait for the umpire's signal. Does he go upstairs? He's gone upstairs. Okay. Have a look at that. The ball was fielded and thrown back. He's slightly far away from the stumps, but does he break the stump in time is what we see frame by frame. Yes, looks like he's broken the stumps and the batsman is short of his crease. We'll wait for the third umpire to confirm that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
भाई डिसीजन तो देने दो, 1 मिनट होल्ड करो.
सर ऑन फील्ड अंपायर ने दे दी है, वो नॉट आउट है.
तो पूछने की जरूरत क्या थी हमें अगर नॉन फील्ड वाले को देना है तो. Back to the bowler and that's a cotton ball. It's a cotton ball, so Sham is out. Cotton ball, have a look at that replay. Sham charges down the wicket. He just bowls it into the wicket and straight back to the bowler and gleefully accepts that. Sham out for 2. Sorry, he's out for 8 of 8 balls. Cotton ball, Prashant, with no boundaries or sixes to his credit. Playing it towards the Sajid plays it towards deep mid wicket. They come back for 1 and they complete the second. There's a chance of an overthrow. What should have been an easy second run out ends up in an overthrow. So 3 runs added to the total. Score moves on to 157 for 7. Last 3 balls of the innings coming up. Asking for an LBW, but the batsman quickly cross over for a run. Wait for the umpire signal. ठीक है, वो बाद में चेक करेंगे. रुको, मैं भी बताऊँ, मैं दूंगा उसको बराबर से. क्लियर आउट है, ये देखो. भले वो बॉल के साथ जा रहे हैं. हाँ, देखो, बैट्समैन ऑलरेडी नॉट आउट है. हाँ, नॉट आउट. नहीं, बट रुको तो सही ना. जब हमें बताया, तुमने हमें रेफर किया तो वेट करो ना. 158 for 7. Last 2 balls of the innings coming up. Plays it towards the man at short cover. There's a misfield there. They will come back for 2. Emirates Insurance fielding has not been that great through this innings, apart from that catch which was taken by Tahir. And the umpire signals as 1 shot. So that will be just 1 run to the total. Wanting to take a run, and the keeper breaks the stumps. A run out at the end of the innings. 159 for 8 at the end of 20 overs. Let's see. 160 is what Emirates Insurance needs in their 20 overs. Waiting for the score update. हाँ भैया बोलो, फोन किया था कितने बजे? तो जाओ घर पे अगर हाँ और तो अभी किधर है, आप जा रहे किधर, अभी घर जाने के कभी जाने का है? अरे तो अभी आप घर जा रहे हैं कि नहीं जा रहे, किधर जाना है आपको? एक मिनट मैं मैडम को पूछता हूँ. भैया का कॉल था, he was asking whether he can come to work now. आप कॉल कर दोगे, मेरी मैच जस्ट शुरू होने वाली है. Ball number 1 of the second innings in this challengers battle between Emirates Insurance Company and Lockton. Lockton making 159 and Emirates Insurance need 160. Satya on strike with Tahir being his partner. Suchit to start their bowling as he drives this one towards the right of the man at mid-off, and they set off for a single. So first run on the board, needing 160 to win in their allotted 20 overs. The last time these two teams met, Lockton won the game by 10 runs, so nothing much separating both these teams. And a wicket of the second ball. Tahir is out first ball, driving on the up. Have a look at that. Goes back, drives it in the air, and the man at mid-off and the man at covers coming close by, but the man at mid-off was the one who got to that before Saad. So the first wicket down for Emirates Insurance. Tahir out for a golden duck, caught by Mohammad Tausif off the bowling of Suchit. Brings the number 3 bat to the center. Sivanesan is the man at number 3, a dot ball to start off for his innings. So it's 1 for 1 in 3 balls. Trying to play another expansive drive, but into the keeper's gloves. No run there. Score remains on 1. Suchit bowling to Siva. Right up to the bat, plays it towards the man at short square, wanting a single, but Satya not too keen on it. So another dot ball, 3 consecutive dot balls after the wicket, and the pressure now on Emirates Insurance to get some runs ASAP. In the air, falling short of the man at mid-on, completing a single. Is that another run out? We'll wait for the umpire's decision. Misjudgment between both the batsmen ends up in another wicket to fall. बॉल था उसके हाथ में जब चलो ठीक है करेक्ट ठीक है So 1 for 2 at the end of the first over. Tyre was out first ball, and then Siva was run out due to a miscommunication between both these batsmen. Satya there, he's got a single run for the team of the ball that he's faced. Brings the captain Prasad to the centre. Down the ground, plays it towards the man at long off. There's a fielder there. 1 run to the total. Score moves on to 2. Brings Prasad on to strike for the first time in the game. Prasad plays it towards long off fielder again. Another single. He's off the mark with that single. Score moves on to 3. Khalid to continue. Off the backward, plays it towards the man at gully. No run there. Places down towards the man, to the right of the man at mid-on rather. They take a single. Score moves on to 4. This game will be followed by the last game of the day between Team 11 and Munich RE in the Champions Face-Off category. Drives this one towards the long off region for another single. Score moves on to 5. No boundaries in innings so far. We're coming towards the end of the second over. 1.5 overs. 5 for the loss of 2 wickets. Chasing 160 runs. Trying to play the big drive. No connection. End of the over. 5 for 2. Satya batting on 3 and Prasad batting on 2. Khalid completing the over, just giving away 4 runs of that. Suchit to continue. He's bowling to Prasad, who plays it towards the wide of mid off. No run there. This time plays it on the onside and they complete a single. Score moves on to 6. One run towards the man at mid wicket for a single. Score moves on to 6. Chance for cotton bowled, and yes, it is. Played back towards the bowler, and Suchit's rich vein of form continues for his side. Apart from the batting, he opens the bowling as well, and this time manages to send the captain back. Have a look at that. Short of a length delivery, plays it on the up, and he had to move to his left and takes a well-judged catch. So Lockton get another wicket, sending the captain back. Prasad out for 2, cotton bowl of Suchit, and the scorecard reads a sorry state of 7 for 3. He's out for 3 of 5 balls, which brings the wicketkeeper Imran to the centre. Imran plays it towards the man at short covers. No run there. Sorry, that's Sumod Shankar who's coming at number 5. This time plays it towards the man at covers. A single there. Takes Sumod off the mark with that single. Score moves on to 8. End of 3 overs, 8 for the loss of 3 wickets. Over number 4 to start. Khalid to continue. Smooth places towards short covers. There's a fielder there. No run there. This time plays it towards the right of the man at mid-on. Junaid, the fielder, giving the chase. And by the time he brings the ball back, they come back for 2 more. Score moves on to 10 of 3. Drives this one towards the cover region. There's nobody there. Handsome shot. And the first boundary of the innings comes through the bat of Smooth. Ten for the loss of 3 wickets. Have a look at that. Opens the face of the bat and through covers. And the ball racing away towards the boundary for 4. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets. First boundary of the innings coming in the 4th over of the innings. Shot this time. Plays it towards the square leg boundary. There's nobody there. So 1 gets another 1. 2 boundaries of the over. Moves on to 18. They'll need a lot more than that. 18 for the loss of 3 wickets. Have a look at that. Slightly short and plays this towards this vacant square leg area. There's no patrolling there. We're still in the power play and gets 4 more runs. This time trying to edge that one towards the gully region, but lucky for him, doesn't get any edge. He holds the key to this chase now. 18 for 3 after 3.5. Chasing 160 in the allotted 20 overs. On the back foot, plays it towards short mid wicket. They complete 1. 19 for no loss after 4 overs. Over number 5 to begin. Suchit continues his 3rd over. He's got 2 wickets to his credit. He had tired caught of the first ball of that Tyre had faced, and then followed it up with the cotton bolt of the captain Prasad. At the moment, he has the task of keeping Sumodh quiet, who's just starting to open up. He's got 2 boundaries to his credit. The only 2 boundaries in the innings so far. 19 for 3. Plays it towards the man at long off. Suchit is unable to field that one. Gives that single. Brings Satya onto strike, who's been off strike for some time. So definite interest in seeing how he approaches. He's been kept off strike. Is what is going on through his mind. He's lost 3 of his partners since he's come and opened the innings with Tyre. Inviting the drive, Satya playing with just the hands in front without the feet movement. Lucky for him, the keeper was not up to the stumps, else could have been stumped. Replay 20 for 3. Flicks this one towards the square leg area. The ball going towards the boundary. There's a chase there. And just manages to keep it inside the boundary line. The batsmen come back for 3. 23 for 3 at the end of 4.4. Sumodh plays this towards the cover region, bisecting the man at point and covers. The captain after the ball, but the ball wins the race. So 4 more runs to the total. Score moves on to 27. First time that Suchit has been hit for a boundary in this innings. After 2.5. Have a look at that. Stands tall, opens the face of the bat, quickly bisects the man at point and covers. The fielder giving the chase. But in the end, the ball wins the race, and luckily for him, the fielder is not stepped onto the ball. 27 for 3 with 1 ball to go in the 5th over. A dot ball to finish the over. 27 for 3 at the end of 5. Over number 6, as Satya plays this towards the gully region, the ball racing away towards the boundary. His second boundary. Score moves on to 31. Not that short, but the cut, ensuring that the ball eludes the man at gully and races away towards the boundary for 4 more runs. So moves on to 31. (31 for 3). This time on the rise, plays it towards the man at short covers, wanting a single. Good throw by the fielder and the keeper up to the stumps. Lockton's fielding comparatively much better than their counterparts, and that has ensured that they hold on to their catches with the run out. Haven't dropped any so far and made sure that they back their bowlers. 31 for 3. This time drives this down the ground. The man at mid-off giving the chase. The time the field is done, they both come back for 2 more runs. Score moves on to 33. (33 for 3). Satya trying to play across the line. Would have been better had he played it more straighter. He could have got a bit of edge onto it and the ball could have ran away to the third man fence. But across the line, he closed the face of the bat, so ends up not getting any wood onto it. Much better shot over the bowler's head. The ball going towards mid-on. Gets a single. That's the kind of shot. Had he got a little bit more power, he could have bisected those fielders there. Gets a single for that. Last ball of power play, 34 for 3. Releases back past the bowler, the man at mid-on doing the fielding. End of the over, 34 for 3 at the end of 6. Over number 7. Single to start off. Nischay coming in to bowl over number 7. Slow, but asking the batsman to make all the effort there. On all Sumodh can do is send it towards the mid-wicket area for a single. Score moves on to 36. Trying to cut that one. Doesn't get any bat on that. The width was there. And had he made a decent connection, this could have gone towards the cover boundary, but misses that one. Another slow one. This time asking for a caught behind. Not very sure. It was just an appeal out of hope rather than any conviction out there. So no run. 36 for 3. Another slow one, and Satya is unable to get it anyway past the bowler. So another dot ball. Good over so far from Nischay, just giving away 2 runs of the 5 balls that he's bowled. This time cuts this one towards the man at short third. They set off for a single. No, they don't go. So that's a dot ball. End of a very good over from Nischay, just giving away 2 runs. Over number 8, as Sumodh turns this away to a square leg, he gets a single. Takes the score on to 36. Asking for an LBW. Umpire not interested. Probably going down leg side. Satya has to get those runs. He cannot keep playing a lot of dot balls. Got to put pressure on his partner, who at the moment is scoring above run a ball. Srijit. And this time plays it in the air towards the mid-wicket area. The complete one. Takes the score on to 38. Smooth plays this towards the point region, isn't able to pierce that one. Sujit, the fielder there. Score remains on 38, 4 balls up in the over. This time jams himself and just manages to send it to a short mid-wicket, the complete one. Fielder comes around, keeps it down to a single. Full toss, plays it towards the square leg region for a boundary, a welcome boundary for Emirates Insurance. Ends the over at 43. Have a look at that full toss, and Satya this time makes good contact with that. A couple of bounces and the ball touches the fence before the fielder can get there. 43 for 3 at the end of 8. Nishtay to continue. He's just given away 2 runs of the first over that he's bowled. This time sweeps this one towards the square leg area. There's a man there. Keeps it down to a single. Takes the score on to 44. There's not much variation that Nishtay has. Just making sure that he's keeping it slow and right in front of the stumps. The batsman will have to make all the effort. Like this one, as Satya plays it in the air, and it just crosses the 30-yard circle for a single. Sumod on strike. 2 runs of the first 2 balls. Asking for 1, but going down leg side. Nishay just asking the umpire whether that was going down leg side. I'm sure that was the one. He first decided to go for the sweep and then tried to go for the drive. Ends up being in no man's land, as this time trying to cut this one. Wasn't a ball to be cut. He could have driven that one, but decides to stay back, and that made the difference. 2 dot balls after the first 2 singles. Cuts this one slowly towards the man at gully, and no run there. $115 runs more required. On the back foot, plays it towards the mid-wicket region for a single. So Nishchey follows it, this first over, which was 2, and follows it up with a 3-run over. He's just given away 5 runs of the 2 overs that he's bowled. Score remains on 46 for 3 at the end of 9. Another fresh over from Sijit. Dot ball. And now Sumodh is the one who actually started fluently, is now struggling for those runs. He's trying to force the issue, but in the end has ended up just picking a few singles. Satya plays this towards covers. There's a good stop by the fielder there, making sure the ball doesn't cross far away, and keeps it down to a single. So on playing towards the mid-wicket area, single there, and takes the score on to 49. 49 for the loss of 3 wickets. They lost 3 quick wickets. There's been a rebuilding, but the rebuilding phase has taken a lot of time. They need to force this issue right now, else they could end up having a lot to score in the last few overs. We're just coming towards the last ball of the first half of the innings in the drinks break. And a cotton bowled before the end of play, end of the over, sorry. So Satya's innings comes to an end. He's cotton bowled for 22 of 24. Have a look at that. Srijit tossing that one up, plays it back towards the bowler, and he manages to hold on to that one. So the fourth wicket down at the score of 49, and we've come to the close of the 10th over. The man out, Satya Cotton, bowled of Srijit for 22 of 25 with 2 boundaries.
नहीं सर अभी अजान नहीं हुई है.
Come back, second half of the innings continues. Nischay continues his third over. He's just given away 6 runs of the 2.2 overs that he's bowled. 50 coming up in 10.1. New man Hamza comes to the centre. Sumod, who had started off well, is now batting at less than run a ball. This time slowing this one up. He was going for the big one, but ended up just playing it towards point and get a single, needing another 109 runs of the remaining 9.3 overs at 11.47. They needed 8 runs when they started the innings, and now are way behind the required run rate as he comes down the track, plays it towards the man at long on. There's a misfield there, allows the ball to go through to the boundary. Sumod will have to take this innings by the scruff of the neck. Have a look at that. Tossed up delivery, comes down, adjusts himself, plays it down. The fielder there got close to it but tried to keep it with his foot. So has to make sure that he doesn't get injured. Score moves on to 55. playing all around it. He needs to adjust himself. These are balls that he should take advantage of. There's not much space. It's looping. And he has the power to send them over the ropes. A few shots of this could, this time as he connects this one and straight to the man at mid-wicket and out of the hands. The fielder got there, but because of the pace of the ball, he probably misjudged that one. Have a look at that. Full flow of the bat, straight to the man, and it popped out of his hands. And a lucky reprieve for Sumod. Ends the over at 56 for 4. Over number 12, full toss, sends this towards the fine leg area. We'll wait for the umpire signal. It's called a no ball. Srijit starts off with a beamer, will be a free hit. Comes down the track, but since it's over the waist height, that will be called a no ball. Gets 4 runs with the no ball. That's 5 plus the free hit. Is that the turnaround that they're looking for? .61 comes down the track, plays it in the air over the long on boundary for a maximum. So the last few balls have given them some impetus as Sumod all of a sudden has decided to take this innings by the scruff of its neck. The score moves on to 67. Down towards the square leg area, there's a fielder there, keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 68. He moves on to 41 of 32. He needs somebody to stand along with him, give him as much as strike as possible. They can have a fair shot at this total. This time Hamza drives this towards short cover. Suchit fields it off his boot, keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 69. 17 runs, 13 runs coming. This time cuts this one towards point and they complete a single quickly. Score moves on to 70 with one couple of balls left in the over. Trying to cut this one a bit late. It was there to be cut and sent towards the point region, but doesn't make any contact. So last ball of the over, Hamza can go for the big one if he can. Drives this one down the ground. They complete a single. By the time the fielder fields, they just managed to take a single. Now this is where they got to be a bit more prudent. They saw there was a chance that Hamza could have taken that second, but Sumod was not too keen on that. End of the over, 71 for 4. Sham to continue, or rather Sham coming for the first time. Right into the pads, making sure that he does not get any contact. Right arm leg spinner. So Saad using his slow bowlers, knowing that pace on the ball will help Sumod and the other batsmen. So making sure that he's using his slow bowlers, and they repaying it this time will be called a wide. Probably trying the googly. Score moves on to 72. Comes down the track, plays it towards the man at long on. There's a fielder there. Keeps it down to a single. Score moves on to 73. Place this towards the cover region. They finish one. I wanted to come back for the second, but the throw was good enough and stops them from going for the second. So score moves on to 74. They need a boundary in the next two balls just to make sure they're still within striking distance. Beaten in the flight, came down the wicket a step or two, but in the end couldn't make any contact. So pressure back on the batsman now. Good over so far. Just 3 runs coming of the first 4 balls. They need 12 runs and over, so need to go and 2 runs and above every ball, as this time flighted, plays it towards the cover region. There's a fielder there at the extra cover boundary. It's only a single so far. They're not trying to put pressure on the fielder. Has to be a boundary ball, or else Sumod at least has to take a single, keep strike in the next over and try to capitalize there. Comes down the track, chips it in the air towards the long on region for a single. That's not going to hurt Lockton, as the score ends at 76 for 4 at the end of 13 overs. First ball of the over, plays it towards the mid-wicket region. And they come back for 2. Nischay continuing. He's given away 12 runs of the 3 overs that he's bowled. Plays it down towards the mid-wicket region for a single. This time goes downtown, plays it towards the man at long off, well fielded there, getting his body behind the ball, keeping down it only to a single. That's good commitment from Lockton. They're not giving away free runs. They're not letting the Emirates Insurance batsmen free their arms and get those runs. They're making them work hard for it as comes down the wicket, plays a cross-batted shot towards the man at deep mid-wicket and gets a boundary for it. Manufactured that shot, gets 4 runs. Takes the score on to 84. Now coming round the wicket. Full toss, plays it in the air. Does the man at deep mid-wicket is interested. He falls short of him. They complete 1. And they come back for the second easily. Sweep shot, plays it towards the mid-wicket region. There's a fielder there, keeps it down to a single. End of the over, Nischay completes his 4 overs, giving away just 23 runs without taking a wicket. Done the job for his side. 14 gone, 87 for 4, 73 runs required of the remaining 6 overs. Just a shade about 12. They need this man to be there. Comes on the wicket, plays it towards the man at long on. There's a fielder there. He misfields and allows the ball to reach the fence. Lijesh, first ball sent to the boundary. Pressure on the fielders as well to make sure that they don't give boundaries. Have a look at it. Slightly short. He sends this towards the long on. And the fielder there gets behind the ball, but hands in an awkward position when he tried to save the ball, and it parries down to the fence. So the good start to the over for Emirates Insurance. Score moves on to 91. Lijesh. This time through the covers, managed short covers there, and they complete a single. Takes the score on to 92. They will have to gather whatever runs they can. Draws this one towards the cover region. There's a fielder there, a single. 6 runs of the first 3 balls. Saad just asking his fielders to stay calm. All they need is a few more dot balls, and that run rate will keep shooting up. It was 12.17. It's 12.18 now. Not much difference, but the point is that Emirates Insurance needs to keep finding those boundaries at regular intervals. This time, flicks this towards the square leg region. The man at mid-wicket will come round, but the ball will win the race. 4 more runs. And the score moves on to 97. Eases that pressure a bit. Have a look at that. Comes on the wicket. Since it was coming back into his body, he just flicks it around the corner. Goes to the deep square leg boundary for 4. No chance for the man at mid-wicket to come around. So 10 runs coming of the first 4 balls. On the pads, it's going down leg side. We'll get a leg bye for that. There's a man at third man. So 1 run coming. Last ball of the over. That's all Sumot should tell him, that this is your free to hit license. Because it's the last ball of the over. You go for the big one. If you get through with that, that's going to add. Else next over he can take strike. That's the way you calculate this one. It goes through the long off region, and the ball wins the race towards the boundary. So good calculated over for them. 15 runs coming off it. 3 boundaries and 3 singles. They needed 12 runs. They got 15. It's the 100 coming up. Have a look at that. In the slot, and moves away and opens the offside. Wide of the man at long off for a boundary. 15 runs coming off it. He's gone for 22 in the 2 overs. 102 for 4 in the 15 overs. Needing another 58 more of the remaining 5. This game is far from over. Sham to continue. 58 more of the remaining 5. Goes down the wicket, plays it towards the long on region and goes wide of long on, so no chance for the fielder there, and 4 more runs. Good start to the over. Again, pressure on the ball of boundary of the first ball. Have a look at that. He comes down the wicket, chips this straight over the wide of long on, and the ball, one bounce over the fence he goes. He moves on to 68 of 45. This time plays it towards long on, gets a single. 5 runs of the first 2 balls. Five runs of the first 2 balls. 107 for 4. 53 more needed of 28 balls. Plays it high in the air. The man falls short into the 30-yard circle. They complete 1 and they come back for 2. Easy runs. 2 more runs to the total. Score moves on to 109. Pressure telling on everybody out there. Sham bowling to Hamza. It takes off for a single. 1 run coming off that ball. So 8 runs coming off the first 4 balls. They're keeping in line with the required run rate for the past few overs. They need to keep continuing and somehow manage to get that required run rate below 10. The man on your screen right now, he holds the key to this chase. 69 or 46. Drives this towards the point region. They complete 1. They come back for 2 for sure. Have a look at the grass. There is a lot of dew around there and players have to be careful that they don't slip. 2 more runs added. 10 runs coming off this over so far with the ball to go. Drives this one towards short covers. End of the over. 112 for 4. Needing another 48 more runs of the remaining 24 balls. Suchit coming to bowl his last over.
नहीं नहीं सर अभी ड्यू नहीं आई है अभी तक तो सही है वैसे
Okay, thank you. Suchit bowling to Hamza. Last over for him. He places towards the extra cover boundary. They come finish one. Thinking of a second risky run. They got to play the percentages. They need to understand who gets most of the strike, who targets whom. It's a battle of the minds. Also comes down the wicket, plays this towards the mid-wicket region. That's one run. Do they risk the second there? No, they don't. Just keeps it down to single. So good job by Suchit so far. Just gone for 2 runs of the first 2 balls, trying to mount that pressure. They needed 12 runs and over at the start of this over. Cuts this one towards gully and they complete a single. 3 runs coming of the first 3 balls. Suchit bowling to the mouth, comes down the wicket, plays it over the bowler's head, and one bounce into the fence he goes. So 7 runs coming of the first 4 balls. Have a look at that. Comes down the wicket, opens the blade and sends this over the bowler's head at long on for a boundary. So 7 runs coming of the first 4 balls. Need a boundary in either of these balls just to make sure that the required run rate doesn't mount, as Suchit now for the first time decides to come round the wicket. He wasn't pressurized in the first 3 overs that he bowled. Now is under a bit of pressure as he needs to deliver. This time cross batted shot goes senses towards the long on region. They complete one. 8 runs coming. He's done well so far. He's given away 19 runs and taken 2 wickets in the 3.5, rather 20 in the 3.5. Last ball, they need a boundary of this ball, and Hamza should have that license to play the big shot. Even if he perishes in that, he just plays it softly towards short covers to get a single. The score moves on to 121. End of the over, 17 gone, 121, 39 of the last 3 overs. big over in the context of this game. 39 of the last 3. Sham bowling to asking for a stumping, but more importantly that's a dot ball. So if Hamza cannot get the big shot, the best he can do is take a single and go to the other end and allow Sumod to go for the big one. They need those big ones. They cannot rely on singles or doubles anymore. It has to be a boundary ball every second or third ball if they want to overhaul the score. Comes down the wicket, plays it towards the cover region. There's a man there. A single to Hamza. Score moves on to 122. Sumod's got to be calculative out here. He needs to keep most of the strike. .122 for 4. Sumod on strike. Comes down the ground, plays it towards wide of long on. There's a fielder there, but a misfield allows him to come back for the double. So 2 more runs. Score moves on to 124. Sham did well to make sure he doesn't give up. सिंगल डॉट है, सिंगल है, 2 है. रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दो. उधर भी कुछ अच्छा ठीक है. Smooth on strike. Sham, 4th ball of the over, comes down the track, plays it over the man at long on for a maximum. Calculated that one. The moment it was tossed up, he comes down the wicket and sends us over long on. So 9 runs coming of the first 4 balls, 30 more of the remaining 14. If you can manage to get a boundary of this or the next ball, that will ease the pressure as he comes down the wicket, plays it down the ground. Sham unable to cut that one off. The fielder there, and they keep it down to a single. Again, last ball of the over. Sham's not all that bad. He's given away 10 runs. And this time tosses this one. Is the man at long on in play? It falls short of him. They complete 1. 28 of the last 2 overs. He's just given away 11. Not expensive considering that he needed to defend 13 runs per over. 2 overs, 28 runs required. Last 2 overs, Khalid coming into bowl, the penultimate over, big over again. 15 of the 2 overs that he's given. Plays it towards the cover region. There's a fielder there. Just keep it down to a single. Gives Sumod the strike. Emirates Insurance need to make sure they get the required run rate and more in this over and not leave many in the last over. Has to be 16 plus over. Goes down the track, over the man at point. The ball racing away towards the boundary. And 4 more to the total. Pressure on the bowler now. He's given for a boundary of the second ball. 5 runs of the first 2 balls. 23 of 10. Have a look at that. Comes on the track. Plays it over the man at point. The man at extra cover had no chance. As soon as it beats the infield, the ball was travelling. They need to keep peppering that boundary, as this time plays it in the air and falls short. They get 2. Do they go in for the third? Yes, they do. A needless attempt. Wait for the umpire's confirmation. This time a full-blooded shot. There's a man there at mid-wicket. He'll keep it down to a single. 8 runs of the first 4 balls. This one's got 20 of the remaining 8. This one's got to be a boundary ball. They somehow need a boundary from Hamza in this one. Beaten, and Khalid is just asking the keeper to stay calm. No need to try any run out. Hamza is on 20 of 22. He's partnered Sumod well, but this one has to go to the boundary to keep the run rate, to keep it at 16 or less when they go into the last over. Down the leg side will be a wide, and they quickly steal that extra wide. The keeper is struggling, and Khalid is unhappy with that. Must have twisted himself. You can't blame the keeper for that. That was a bad ball. He tried to keep the batsman quiet and stay away from his hitting zone. Ended up bowling a wide. And that caused the keeper to twist himself and allow that extra run. So 18 runs more now of the remaining 7 balls. Interesting to see what does Sumo do now. Does he go for a single and keep strike for the last ball, or does he go for the big one? Comes down, plays it towards the extra cover region. He gets 1, doesn't need to go for the second. He can retain strike. They take that second, and 2 more runs added to the total. 16 of the last over. Sumod on 95 of 58. But more importantly for them is that he is off strike in the last over. Last over, 16 runs. Hamza on strike. Lijesh the bowler. Down the ground, plays it towards long off. There's a fielder there, keeps it down to a single. 15 of the last 5. Lijesh has to make sure he doesn't give any width, any extra ball. He gives away a single or double. That doesn't matter. They go in for one. They will have to come back for the second. Hamza will have to take that risk. And they come back for 2. More importantly, keeps Sumod on strike. 13 of the last 4. He's done well. He's just given away 3 runs of the first 2 balls. He hasn't allowed that boundary and that pressure to mount back on. Lockton, keeping the pressure on Emirates Insurance. More of a tired shot. He gets 1. He'll have to come back for the second and retain strike. They do that. Brings the equation down to 11 of 3. He's tired. He's on 99 of 60 balls. A lone handle by this man for his side. If they fall short at the hindsight, do Emirates Insurance think that they missed a trick by not sending him up the order rather than keeping him in middle order? Comes down the track, plays it down the ground. It's a single. And 100 for Sumod of 61 balls. The 150 coming up. But more importantly for his side, he is off strike. He could have refused the single and kept strike, but he didn't do, and that puts pressure on Hamza, who needs to get both these balls over the boundary line. This time hits it in the air. Is that over the ropes? Yes, it is. This game's far from over. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. It was short. It was there to be hit. 6 runs coming. A timely blow for Emirates Insurance. Have a look at that. He dropped it short. Hamza waited there and full flow of the bat over the man at long on quite easily, and 4 runs required of the last ball. asking whether he is retiring himself out. He's retired himself out. Lijesh, last ball of the game. Plays it in the air. The man at long off, ball racing away towards the long off boundary. They come back for one. They'll surely come back for two. They have no option but to go for the third. Is that a run out? Yes, it is. And a one-run victory for Lockton. They fell short by a solitary run. 157 is what Lockton scored, and Emirates Insurance make it to 156. What a game of cricket we've had. It was there. The game was, at one point, Lockton had really held the things together, kept it tight, and then the innings from Sumod and partnered by Hamza, bringing them close, but not close enough to cross the line. What a cliffhanger of a game this was. As we have a look at the scorecard, उसने लास्ट बॉल स्कोर नहीं किया अभी तक. उसको आउट करना है, उसको और करना है. नहीं, बॉलिंग कार्ड भी नहीं दिखा सकता ना, क्योंकि लास्ट बॉल उसने सुमोद को रन आउट करना है और उसको 2 रन दे रहे हैं. What a game of cricket we've had between Emirates Insurance and Lockton. The margin of difference was just a solitary run, and in the end it was Lockton who emerged victorious against Emirates Insurance. Our man of the match is Suchit for his all-round performance. Prasad will do the honors of giving him the trophy. Quickly talk to Sujit. Sujit, well done. You, first of all, you had to go up the order and score the runs, and then when you come back, you have the new ball. It's an additional responsibility, and how much do you enjoy doing it?
See, it's not me only. The entire team, they enjoyed it. It was a full team's contribution, and I could at least give some of my portion, and it was a great game. I couldn't do great in the league matches, but we started well here, and it was a tight match. Thanks to the bowlers and the fielders. There were a few drop catches, but then it happens in the game, but the team really played well.
A message for you from your captain when you go into bat, given that you're going to be in the power play. What is the message from your captain to you when you walk in every time?
He just tell me to play my game. So I've been trying to play a different game, but did not work. But today I just went to hit and it happened. But unfortunately on a loose ball I got out. But I hope we'll come back again stronger and hope to win the games.
Anyway, thank you for that and well played today. We'll thank you very much and we'll see you again in the tournament. We'll talk to the losing captain, Prasad. Prasad, first of all, congratulations on a good game. The last time you played that you lost by 10 runs, probably thinking that you gave away a few more, but in the end it was just 1 run. What's going on through your mind right now?
Well, I think we were on par. 160 was chaseable. I think we did give 10 runs extra, is what I think, or maybe 20 runs extra with our misfields and catch drops. But again, that happens during the game. But I think we lost 3 wickets in first 3 overs. So that's the changing thing. I mean, match difference. But I think we were in control. But yeah, it was a good game. I think credit to the Lockton team. They really played well.
At the hindsight, probably a decision that you held Sumo a little bit more back, then he could have been going in the top 3, considering that he got 100 and he managed to get you all very close enough in the second half of the innings.
Well, I think we had 2 good batsmen at the top who got good runs. We got many matches win for us in the last leagues. But I think, as a batting unit, we need to get good starts in the power play. I think we were low on the power play, but good that we got to where we got to. But I think we should do a good opening in the first power play. I think that's the thing.
Anyway, thank you for that. A good game, and hope to see you having many more wins in the near future. We'll have the captain, Saad, coming forward for his presentation. Saad, a tale of 2 halves in the innings. The first half of the innings, you all were all over them, and suddenly in the second half, the tide changed. Too tight for comfort in the end?
Yeah, it was actually. I think in the middle overs we lose the momentum a little bit, but I think credit goes to the bowlers that they bowled well in the last overs.
Pressure all round, pressure on the fielders, pressure on you as a captain as well to get your right bowlers at the right time.
It was a lot of pressure, and the guy was playing very well, Kamran, and I think it was all stamina in the end and all the pressure, and I think we absorbed it very well in the end.
Learnings from this game when you go into your next game?
Yeah, I think we need to be more disciplined in the middle overs, and if we are getting the momentum, we need to keep that momentum in the game. So we made few mistakes, and yes, those are the learnings.
Anyway, thank you. Congratulations on this win and all the best for the rest of the tournament. That concludes our presentation. The cliffhanger comes to an end as we go on to the 4th game of the day, the last game between Munich Ari and Team 11. Stay tuned. Thank you, and stay tuned for the toss.